have one of these. Oh, every now and again you have a step and you have an advance, but most of the time it's like things happen just in the chit chat with people
Oh,
and in the hanging
totally.
out with people when you're sharing a single purpose. So it's like I would find I would sit all those days with Ted all those years ago, and like sometimes I'd be sitting there thinking, I wonder when the lunch is ready because I'm starving, and I wouldn't really be paying attention. And then afterwards, we'd go out with a couple of brothers for coffee, and we'd be just sitting at a coffee shop, and there'd be conversation happening or whatever would be happening.
Mm. Mm.
And I'd have a total light bulb moment. I'd spend 3 hours listening to Ted and nothing that day. And then the next minute, I'm having coffee with someone, and bing, the light bulb goes on,
Mm.
usually with something he'd been talking about for the day, because that generally tended to be the subject matter for most of the conversation. But it just sort of drove it home and put it into context. And one day I remember Josie and I were at one of our little coffee. There's lots of coffee shops in Byron Bay, lots and lots. It's like a coffee shop kind of town. And we had this one, she was Italian, and we had this coffee shop that she really liked. I didn't like the coffee, but I didn't have the heart to tell her, but she thought it was great. And we went there for coffee, and a woman had been murdered, right, stabbed to death, not far from the healing center, who had a little dog, and she used to walk the dog every day past the healing center, and we all knew her. I can't remember her name now, but we all knew her and always said g'day, 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 whatever. Anyway, Josie and I, they hadn't caught the person that did it. Josie and I were at the coffee shop, and there was two guys at a table behind us, one wearing a black sort of fake leather jacket, and the other one probably wearing much the same thing. But I remember this guy, and both of us, Josie and I, had this overwhelming, incredibly powerful urge to get up and leave all of a sudden, like to get out of there. And I said to her just quietly, I said, no, let's just stay here and process this, whatever this energy is, because we're both feeling it, like there's no accident that we're here. And we sat in it, and it was murderous. And whether it was about that girl or not, I don't really know. But I turned around and looked at the guy behind me in the fake leather jacket. He instantly got up and left the table and walked away. Instantly. And I don't know what was going on there, but like by the grace of God, something happened, like something transpired. And Josie and I sat there for a minute longer, and we both sort of said to each other, what do we do now? What happens now? And there was the realization nothing needs to happen now. Whatever it was perfect. That was whatever that moment was for, like don't live in the past, even though it was only a minute or two in the past. But we both sat there and we both felt the cold guilt, the I don't even know what the other stuff was. It was thick. And it was just because we chose to come together and our purpose was healing and like the whole thing. So that was an extreme example of stuff, but we could literally feel that guy. The both of us could feel his energy completely powerfully, like really, really strongly. And when I say to you guys, sometimes I can feel you, like I feel Tina all the time. Where is she down there? I feel, and it's strange because we're not separate, right? So we're not separate. We're just ideas. All of us are ideas in the mind of God, right? Or in the mind of God's Son, but we all still are connected to Source. And the more your connection to Source becomes clearer and stronger and everything else, you start to feel these things. You start to get a sense of things. Some people say they see auras. I don't see auras. I feel things, right? So I'm a sensitive, I guess you could say. But um, there's all these sorts of things that happen, right? The the important thing about all of those things is not to dwell on them as the things themselves, but to recognize them as the source of where they come from, right? In the New Testament, Jesus calls it the gifts of the Holy Spirit. And I guess you could look upon them as gifts, because as a teacher of God, in many ways you learn that you are to become useful, and that you learn that you do become useful. Even though many of the times you'll find yourself in certain situations, you won't ever really recognize why you're there or what's actually going on, which is why you have to move into places and feel energies with an open mind, not based on past learning or future expectations and things like that. So, but it's just interesting. I sort of think of it as a kind of a little side effect of salvation, a side effect of awakening, that you become more sensitive to the things in the dream, but then the mind training brings you back to recognizing, wait a minute, this isn't really in the dream. This is me, right? This is my mind. These are my murderous thoughts. This is my thing that I'm feeling about me. And I keep my finger on my nose because there's nobody else out there. Ramana Maharshi would always say, there are no others, or he did say, there are no others. There's no one else out there. And that's the posture you have to adopt in awakening, a singular posture. After awakening, do whatever you want. Right? It's like Lao Tzu. Before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. It just doesn't matter. The point of everything that we're doing is preparing ourselves to be revelation ready so that enlightenment, or the memory of God, let's call it that, because enlightenment tends to be a word that's quite loaded with all sorts of meanings these days, but the memory of God can be returned to you. Right? The memory of God you have not lost. It's in you right now. Right? And when I say memory, it's a living memory. It's not like a memory of, oh, I remember I did something last week. It's nothing like that. It's a memory of ever present, all encompassing, alive. It is, it's really hard to talk about it. In fact, I can't really talk about it, but it's omnipotent. It's an omnipotent, if you want to call it a memory, but an omnipotent experience. It brings the past and the future together in the present and disappears that whole thing into the eternal. It's like a really, really, you know, anyone who's ever had a profound experience like that knows how hard it is to try and put it into words to help others, but almost impossible. Colin, what's going on with you? You've got some scary stuff
Oh,
happening. That's great. I'm so excited when you tell me you've got scary stuff going on. I get happy.
no. I'm afraid I'm gonna sound crazy though.
Of course, you're already crazy. Let's go for it. Look, this is the crazy room. Everybody here crazy.
Okay, so earlier today I was just sitting on the sofa and just I was leaning back and then just everything just like disappeared pretty much. Or not really. It was more just like it was more just that like it didn't make sense anymore. And my body was just kind of gone and weird and I just leaned back and closed my eyes and just, my sister was playing on the piano, but and I could hear it, but it didn't. It was like abstract, you know. I can't explain it, man. And then I start grasping at it, and then it goes away, and I come back, and my body's weird for a while, and I'm just really scared, and then everything's just normal.
Good.
It's just so scary.
Good. Well,
It's happened
you can choose to be
before.
scared of it. Oh, emerging cyber attack. Hang on. Accept risk. Yep, whatever. Got to pop up. See, right in the middle of this incredible revelation of Collins, I get a cyber attack. So here's the thing, Colin, right? This is not Dr. Phil, okay? A Course in Miracles is not Dr. Phil or Eckhart Tolle or any of those other kinds of things. It's a whole nother level. And you need to really accept it, right? Do you know what it's like to cross into another dimension? This is the only way I can put it, right? It's not really another dimension, but do you know what it's like to cross into another dimension?
No.
Because you just about did. All right. If you hadn't stopped to analyze it and to feel it and to make sense of it in your mind, which is nothing more than a lack of competent mind training, if you hadn't done that, you would have more than likely disappeared into another whole place, another whole realm. Probably Jesus would have been there, I would guess, because he loves you so much. But that's a good thing. Don't be scared of it. It's a good thing. You know how many people I've talked to over the years that take the most maddest concoctions of drugs and psilocybins to try and have some kind of experience of seeing the world vanish and going to other places, and it's like, and they never usually come back with any kind of common sense about them. Some do, but mostly they're sort of burned out. But this whole thing that we're in, this whole process that we're in of healing is healing the mind of the belief that I'm a body in a world of time and space. And the whole purpose of the course is to bring about a state of mind where I can be shown where I actually am, dreaming this, right? So when everything starts to wobble, I sat on the toilet once, right? I sat on the toilet and there was these sort of like fake marble dividers, between the toilet booths in a public toilet. And there was like 3 or 4 booths and everything started going like, if you've seen The Matrix, the walls of the dividers started going all wobbly, like they were solid. They were solid wood. They started going all wobbly. The floor started going wobbly. And like you, I reached out to touch it, like, what's happening here, rather than let it continue to happen. Because it caught my attention. I couldn't not really, but like nowadays, if something like that happens, which it doesn't, but if something like that happened nowadays, I'd simply stay there on the toilet and look at it and just be in awe and wonder of it rather than wondering about it. It's a different state of mind, right? There's a kind of an allowance for it and letting it happen, right? The idea that it would scare you or that you would be fearful of it is simply um, points the finger to the need for more mind training on your behalf. But that's fine. That's what we're doing here. All right. Because mind training, in the mind training of the course, you're learning to let go of fear. And more importantly, fear of your true self. Right. That experience had it completed its transitionary whatever would have shown you something that directly relates to your true self. And in fact, it actually did, because now you're starting to understand that the world isn't exactly what you think it is. All right. That's a good thing. At a very young age, you've had your first spiritual kind of experience. It's like, hooray. But the call for more mind training is required, right? The call for more mind training is definitely required. And the idea of confronting the reasons in you that you have chosen to be fearful, not the fear itself, but the reason that you think you need to be fearful, all right, is where you want to get to. And you use those mind training lessons to do that. Oh, the reason I'm fearful is because I think I'm separate from God, right? That's the core reason. That's never going to show up in your day-to-day life. In your day-to-day life, you'll have, I'm afraid of dogs because when I was a kid, I was bitten by a dog, or I'm afraid of girls because my first attempt to go on a date, she turned me down and called me fat or something, whatever, like there's always going to be these emotional reasons on the surface, but they're always directly relative to your relationship with God, with source, with self. Right. So remember that what shows up out here on the physical plane, in the physical sense, 2 paintings behind me and a TV, a computer screen in front of me, et cetera, it's just symbolic. Okay. But you will see it all disappear. Right? Now with your ice swimming, right? So I gave you the exercise to go ice swimming every day for a week or whatever it takes. The whole doing of that will bring up your resistance, right? And it's like you want to do it to the point, like I was telling you about when I had to cut the wood. And it's like I got to this point where it was just, for me, it was freaking ridiculous why I should even have any resistance to cutting the firewood for the group. You know, and I went through that whole prayerful moment of surrendering after watching the movie of Gandhi. Gandhi was my trigger to like pull my finger out of my ass, so to speak, and get about my father's business, you know? And we have these role models, and we have these people, and we have these situations and events that sort of prompt us and trigger us into actual personal confrontation and personal change. You know, ice swimming for you is that, you know. And I would suggest maybe let's watch a few Wim Hof movies or Wim Hof episodes, like some of the early ones where he becomes the Iceman. Now he's just like a commercial venture. But in the early days when he first started doing it, no one had heard of him. There's this guy that just swims in the ice all day. Like, what the hell's his problem? Why is he doing that? He must be crazy. But for him, it was mind over matter. And I'm not saying for you it's mind over matter, but I'm saying for you that it's going to be confronting at a certain point. Okay. At a certain point, you're going to be like, I'm sick of doing this. I don't want to do this anymore. Right. And you're going to have reasons for that. It's cold. I get wet all the time. It's not deep enough. You'll make up any kind of reason. Right. But that ice swimming is literally your relationship with God. And the more you are willing to step into it and release the defenses of what it is that you think you're doing, the more can be shown to you of what's actually happening. Right. Purely because you have a new purpose. It's not going to be shown to you whilst you're actually swimming in the ice. So you don't have to worry that you're going to have some out of body experience and this body's going to drown. That won't happen. All right. It's all perfectly orchestrated. I need you back here to be a teacher. Very good. Very good. Sean, Andre, Donna, or the roof of Donna. Looks like Donna's ceiling. Deb in the car. Ra. I don't know if there's another. Is there another page of people? My thing is full.
I think you got the fullness. If Ra's your
All right,
last guy.
cool. Yep, cool beans. Hello, everybody. Alexi, Carrie, did you quit your job yet? That's okay. That's all good. We're here to comfort and to bless and to support and all of that stuff. So, Claire, can you read lesson 12, please? Everyone else put your books down.
Is
Claire's
that
reading
from the small book or the
from the big
main
book.
from the
Yep,
big
the main
book?
lesson. The main lesson.
Oh.
Just because I like your accent. Lesson
got the
12. Everyone else just listen. All right, Sean, just listen. Ra, just listen. Focus on listening.
Lesson 12.
Good. Woo-hoo. That's good, Colin. I like that.
I am upset because I see a meaningless world. The importance of this idea lies in the fact that it contains a correction for a major perceptual distortion. You think that what upsets you is a frightening world, or a sad world, or a violent world, or an insane world. All these attributes are given it by you. The world is meaningless in itself. These exercises are done with eyes open. Look around you, this time quite slowly. Try to pace yourself so that the slow shifting of your glance from one thing to another involves a fairly constant time interval. Do not allow the time of the shift to become markedly longer or shorter, but try instead to keep a measured, even tempo throughout. What you see does not matter. You teach yourself this as you give whatever your glance rests on equal attention and equal time. This is a beginning step in learning to give them all equal value. As you look about you, say to yourself, I think I see a fearful world, a dangerous world, a hostile world, a sad world, a wicked world, a crazy world, and so on, using whatever descriptive terms happen to occur to you. If terms which seem positive rather than negative occur to you, include them. For example, you might think of a good world or a satisfying world. If such terms occur to you, use them along with the rest. You may not understand why these nice adjectives belong in these exercises, but remember that a good world implies a bad one, and a satisfying world implies an unsatisfying one. All terms which cross your mind are suitable subjects for today's exercises. Their seeming quality does not matter. Be sure that you do not alter the time intervals between applying today's idea to what you think is pleasant and what you think is unpleasant. For the purposes of these exercises, there is no difference between them. At the end of the practice period, add, but I am upset because I see a meaningless world.
Good. Let's see how very specific the instructions are. Incredibly specific. Right at the beginning, lesson 12. And that sense of specificity is something that's carried on right throughout the course until you get to the sort of end lessons where they, pardon me, become more abstract. But because the mind is undisciplined, it's never had any discipline. It needs a structured approach to recognizing its own best interests, to recognizing what it is that it's doing rather than just doing it without any conscious association with it. Most people, me included, used to, but get through the day without any clue of what really transpires during the day. There's sort of major, if you looked at one day as a snapshot of a life, there's one or two major things that happen in a day. Oh, I had lunch and we went here for lunch and we did this and that and the other. And then we watched a movie and did this, that, and the other. But in between, all of the moments in between where the mind is not projecting itself towards lunch or towards the movie and then living in the memory of lunch and the movie, all of that space in between is life. It's living. It's active. But it's taken for granted because it's considered to be meaningless. And we look for meaning in the things that give us the greatest sense of satisfaction and comfort. Lunch and going to a movie, that'll be exciting. And thereby that being exciting, everything else is mundane and boring. And yet if you watch very small children in a playground, they'll pick up handfuls of sand and they'll watch it fall and they'll be completely mind blown. They'll pick up handfuls of grass and toss it into the wind, and they're completely present with it. They'll do things that as adults we sort of grow out of. We tell ourselves we're growing out of it. We don't have that sense of wonder anymore. We've sort of lost it because things have become meaningless compared to other things that have meaning. And we've done that to ourselves. People often say to me, oh, I wish I could reclaim my childhood and that sense of childish wonder and that beautiful sort of who I was when I was innocent and just living in the moment. And it's like, well, there's nothing stopping you. Like literally, there's nothing stopping you. But for this sense of, oh, well, we don't do that now because we're grown up and we're sensible and we do all these sensible things and we're adults now and we have to set an example for the children to follow. What kind of an example is that, really? It's ridiculous. Children are our best teachers. Children teach us everything. They teach us how to be in the moment, rather than to take everything for granted because I see all of this other stuff as meaningless. And you have like teenagers, especially, you know, when the ego really kicks in, my life is meaningless. And they bemoan their whole thing, you know, my life is nothing. I don't even have a life. And it's like, slow down. You're only just out of size 4 shoes. Let's just like, you know. And it takes seemingly this whole cycle of growing up, going through this meaningless existence to realize what it is you've lost, right? What it is you've sacrificed and let go as a sense of being present, as a sense of wonder, where everything else doesn't even come into your awareness except for the thing that you're completely focused on here and now. And if you look at little children, they're always focused on something here and now. There's not a moment that goes by where they're twiddling their thumbs. They're never sitting there bored. They're always got something to do. And then as they sort of reach a little bit more age, they start to look around for things to do. It doesn't come so naturally. And I remember at the Healing Center many years ago, this is one of my most beautiful things I remember. At the back of the dining room area, there was like a bamboo curtain, a bamboo screen, and the other side of that was like the little creche, the childcare, and everyone would be on roster to look after the kids, right? So everyone would come for session, meditation, which would go for about 3 or 4 hours in the morning, and the kids would all be outside in the sandbox or whatever, or in the creche, whatever. And I was sitting on the couch with somebody, and there was 2 little kids. One was about 3 and one was about 2 maybe. And they're sitting behind on the floor, sitting behind the couch, right on the other side of the bamboo screen. We're listening to them talk. And one of them says, that the older one says, I'm starting to forget what God is Do you still remember what God is? And the little one goes, yep, I remember, you know. And it was this whole just perfect moment. It was just a perfect moment. I don't know if I got the words exactly right, but it was like it was a secret. They were behind the couch, you know, and they were like talking to each other in little kid language, and it's like it was perfect. And you start to realize what a script and what a story, what a like everybody goes through this same kind of cycle. We all come in, we have these like moments in the crib, you know, like where you look at your hands and you're doing this for hours a day, like wiggling your toes and looking at your fingers, and then you grow up and you get a job and everybody tells you how things are meant to be. And finally you collapse and you're like, what the hell am I even doing? What is this? What is my life? It's just nothing, right? And you make a decision to change something. Hopefully, Carrie, isn't that right? So you make a decision to change. I'm glad you're wearing blue. And in that making the decision, you don't have to know how to make the decision. You just have to be willing to make it, right? Then the universe will conspire towards your willingness to make the decision to help you do that, right? It's always going to take a leap of faith to make a true change. Right? If you're just swapping one idea of what you think you like for another idea of what you think you would prefer instead, that's not change. True change is stepping into the emptiness, stepping into a moment where you admit to yourself, I don't know what I would rather do, but I just don't want to do this anymore. Right? Now that's going to bring up all the fear that you've got, Colin. Right? That's going to bring up all the fear you've got. And that leap is letting go. All right. The leap of faith is letting go of the old. All right. I got to let go of this. And you'll quit your job, or you'll leave that relationship, or you'll do whatever it is that you know in your heart you have to do. Right. And then you'll find yourself in the emptiness. Then you find yourself in the, I don't know what to do next. Show me, Lord. Show me, Holy Spirit. Guide me from here. Right. And don't fill in the blank. Don't fill in the gap. Let the next thing happen. Even if it looks like something you think you wouldn't want to happen, let it happen. Right? The greatest blessings are usually disguised in the greatest wrapping of fear. Right? But this is a journey into fear and a journey to confront fear. And if you don't find yourself confronting your fears and going beyond them, you're not on the journey. Simple as that. It's not about let's burn incense and chant Hare Krishna. It's got nothing, well, it includes that, but it's got nothing to do with that particularly. Right? You have to make those confrontations. And those confrontations are always going to be with your own ideas of limitation and scarcity and lack, because that's what the world presents. Always. That's the journey. And holding Jesus's hand. I'm going to trust Jesus here. I'm going to take this leap of faith and I'm just going to trust my Savior because I've got nothing else. But you're not going to do that until you're finally sick and tired of what you're doing already, and finally until you have enough what would you call it? Walking with Him. You know, until you really get a sense of this. Colin, you've already got a sense of this now. You know that there's something else going on. You just had a little taste of, ooh, what was that? Right? That's something else going on. The whole idea of the specificity of those workbook lessons is so you can see how undisciplined your mind is and make a change about that. Just a simple change about that. Jesus is giving me, and you got to remember, Jesus is the head of the atonement. Right? I've heard him many times. I've seen him twice. He's the head of the atonement. He's already out of here. He's already beyond the physical realm, speaking back through his teachers, through the workbook, through whatever it is, to say hello and to call you to your own awakening. And it looks a certain way for each person. It looks a certain way for each and every one of us. And it'll always be presented in a way that you can understand. Right? Colin, Jesus wouldn't have given you that experience. That wouldn't have occurred to you without the ability for you to be able to back that up with what I told you about it. Right? And it wouldn't surprise me if that happens to you again. Okay? Keep up with your ice swimming. Looking at the world, it's like, is the world that I think I see, or is it the world that God would have me see? Do I see a forgiven world, redeemed by Christ 2,000 years ago, let's say? Or do I see a world which is the residue of an old idea I have about myself that's playing out again and again and again? And it's like there are these cycles of relationships that you go through, and if you're vigilant, you can see them. Somebody said to me the other day, I can't remember who it was now, sent me a beautiful clip saying, "Oh, I see." Oh, it was where's Ananda? Ananda Joy, not here today, but she said, "I see this same cycle coming around again." She goes, "And this time I'm ready for it." And she sees how she always reacts to it the same way, the same situation, the same person, the same thing coming around. Here it comes. And she always plays that same part, defending herself. But when you become aware of your cycles, when you become more aware of the things that continually present themselves to you, because a lesson repeats until it's learned, right? You can start to become more self-aware. And you're like, aha, here's this again. I see this. I feel the signature of it. I feel it energetically. I feel it emotionally. Here it comes around again. This time I'm going to make a decision not to defend myself against it. And that's going to bring up all kinds of stuff because the habituation is previously been to defend yourself. And it's generally considered to be a loss of pride or a loss of strength or a loss of something if you don't defend yourself and if you admit to weakness, if you admit to frailty and vulnerability. And yet my strength is God. I'm not going to defend myself, and I'm going to allow God to be the strength that I call upon in this moment. Hopefully, if I don't interfere, to process this lesson for me, to help me see the outcome of this lesson successfully learned. Right? And the way that you'll know that you've learnt the lesson successfully is that you'll be grateful for the lesson bearer. You will be grateful for that person for playing their part perfectly for you. That person that you've previously called a bastard or a bitch or stupid person or whatever it is, because of the meaningless world that you think you live in. It's like, wow, thanks for showing me my stupidity. I'm one with all things, finger on the nose. I'm not separate from this person. This person is me. Colin, this person is me. This situation is playing out my story. The sole responsibility of the miracle worker, Sean, is to accept atonement for themselves. At one, I am at one with all things. In that situation with the birds out there, I'm not separate from the birds. Do the birds have a meaning to me? Not particularly. They're just birds. But if I have a preference of, oh, well, I like those birds and I don't like those other birds, they're noisy and those ones are cute and whatever, then I need healing in my mind, because all things, as we read in that lesson, as Claire just read, all things are the same. Everything is the same. It doesn't matter what I'm looking at, whether it's this picture or that picture, which is really good examples, they look different to my physical eyes. There's a horse in that one and there's flowers in that one, but they're actually the same. They're illusions designed to represent to me an idea of differences. And then I can dig into those differences. Oh, I prefer the flowers and I'm not really into horse racing. And then I can give myself all the reasons why I prefer the flower. And the next thing you know, you've got a whole world established around two paintings on a wall that don't mean anything. See where that goes? And that's what the mind does with everything. I prefer these kinds of people. These are my people, and those are not my people. And this is my kind of environment, and that's not my environment. This is my kind of work scenario I feel comfortable in, and I feel out of place in that one. Why? If God goes with you everywhere you go and God is everything, why do you feel out of place or uncomfortable or disempowered anywhere? That's just arrogant. God is the strength in which I trust. I feel the presence of his strength in me everywhere I go. I'm here to represent that on earth as best I can, notwithstanding the fact that I'm probably going to have to go through the shifts in consciousness of my own personal atonement process as well while I'm doing that at the same time. Right? There's very few that are perfect here on earth. In fact, I'd go as far as to say, as when you're perfect, you won't be here on earth. But yet until then, we hold hands and we walk together along the road to the light, and we sort of confront what we need to confront, heal what we need to heal, and move on. But you have to remember it. I mean, as soon as the Zoom meeting's finished and you walk out your door and there's something else going on, and it's like, whoop, the whole Zoom meeting goes out the window. And it's funny, I think it was at the last Zoom, Tina, where I was talking about that example of like joining in conversation about the weather. Right? The next day, this is so funny, right? So, and it's happened twice or maybe even three times. I think I caught it the other day as well, but I've got a frog in my throat. I went up to Brisbane, which is a big city in Australia, a million people, and to do some shopping and stuff. And on the way back, I stopped at like a little fish and chip shop, and they were just closing up. It was in an industrial estate, so they close at like 2 o'clock after the lunch break. And I ordered my fish and chips, and the lady went out the back to do my fish and chips, to cook my fish. And there was another woman there putting drinks in the fridge, like restocking the fridge for the next day, I guess. And she just blurts out, "Great weather we're having, isn't it?" Something like that. And we'd literally just done that whole Zoom meeting about these mundane, meaningless sort of cycles of things coming around, right? And I'm like, oh my God. I'm standing there in the shop. I'm the only one in the shop, and me and this woman. And I'm like, oh my God. So I didn't answer her. I just refused. I'm like, no, I'm saying nothing, as if I'm a deaf person. I'm just not even going to answer. And then she looked at me like no response. And then she goes around the counter and she tries to engage me in conversation again. I forget what she said now, something about, oh, that's right. It was like, oh, I can't believe it's already the 15th of January. Isn't time flying, she says, right? She says, isn't time flying? And again, I'm there. I'm like, she's trying to draw me in, right? And I'm so grateful to her, trying to draw me into this cyclical conversation. And I stopped and had a moment with it. And what came out was something like, I don't believe time is passing at all, right? So it was like a declaration I made. I don't believe time is passing at all, or I don't believe any time is passing. It was something like that I said to her. And she sort of looked at me with this funny look on her face and obviously decided whatever she decided, and she went out the back in the kitchen. But that was the culmination of that whole moment. Like, it was a perfect moment. I didn't feel a particular way about it when I went outside, when I took my fish and chips out or anything. There was no revelation. The world didn't disappear, nothing like that. But there was a ripple, right? And you know there's a ripple because there was a ripple in me, right? There was a ripple in me where the discomfort or the and it was only tiny, right? But it's all the same thing. Even the tiniest little ripple is all the ripple there needs to be, right? Love is always maximal in every situation, right? If I had declared to her that, oh, well, look, actually, I don't believe in time because there is no world, blah, 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 she may have had a heart attack. Who knows how that would have looked, right? I just don't know. But anyway, I went outside and ate my fish and chips and got on with my way. And I just laughed and laughed and laughed. It's like it's a total setup. And that's happened a few times since. And the same thing, I refuse now. It's like it's my thing. And the other day I was at the supermarket, right? This is just, and you will always have these little daily kind of, they seem to be insignificant encounters with the cashier, with the person cooking your fish and chips, whatever. And I'm at the supermarket and I'm standing there and the woman's putting through all the things, or she was only a young girl actually putting through all the things. And we're having a little bit of chit chat just about whatever, probably the weather. But anyway, having this thing. And at the end, she goes, do you have a rewards card? Which is the same thing they ask me all the time, right? All the time. Do you have a rewards card? I don't know if you guys have a rewards card, but if you're a member of the supermarket, you can get like 2 cents off your thing. I don't have one, right? And I said to her, you are my reward. Oh, no, I said, your smile is my reward. And she looked at me and she went bright red like that, like completely abashed. And like I picked up my things and walked out, and there was a whole moment. There was a whole moment in that one little thing, right? I had no intention of saying that. I don't know where it came from. It just blurped out because I didn't want to do the damn rewards card. I knew this same thing. This is my cycle. It's like I'm going to go there. They're going to ask me for my rewards card. They're going to this whole thing, and it'll perpetuate it. Now, the next time I go there, if I see that girl again, there's going to absolutely be some kind of change in the whole thing, right? Because there was a change in it then. My reward is in heaven. You are heaven to me. All of this sort of stuff. But oh, Deb's disappeared. Oh, there's Anna. How beautiful, Anna. So look at all that light. Look at her. Look at her just radiating that light. That's incredible. Thank you, Father. So one of the things that occurred to me this week, someone who I've known for about 20 years, and some of you probably know who I'm talking about, had a total shift in consciousness, had a total shift in perception of things, and out of the blue rang me up to tell me how grateful she was for always being there for her, etc., etc., etc. And apart from that, I mean, all gratitude be to God. But apart from that, what dawned on me was how long it can take the mind that sees erroneously to actually have a full circle of coming around to actually hearing what's being said. Right? Sometimes it takes years. And I always thinking like, even though it sometimes seems to take years, time is at our disposal as far as handing it over to Jesus, as far as giving Jesus our ideas of time in order that the way that we learn our lessons can be condensed and time can be collapsed for us, right? And I just posted this thing leaning towards this example that I'm going to try and make here. I just posted it on my Facebook page, a post that I found in another Course in Miracles page online of somebody who finally realized they don't want God, right? They finally realized that through all of their stuff and everything they've been talking about for all these years, they actually had this light bulb moment. Oh, I see that I don't actually want God, right? So when I tell you guys that the same idea, I'm a liar and the son of a liar, right? Where's Zoe? Your granddaddy was a liar. I should get her to do that. It sounds better when you say it. Your grandpappy was a liar. So it's the same thing. I'm always lying, right? I'm always the false. God is always the true. Let that be the relationship you have with God on earth. All right. I'm always the prodigal son. God is always the loving father. Let that be the relationship you have with your father on earth. Right? Because anything other than that is false. I find myself in a false world. Why would I be the only true thing in a whole false world? Am I kidding myself? If the world is a dream of my own making and it's a world of falsity, who is it that is the false thing? Who is it that is the dreamer? It must be a false dreamer because a false world apart from God can't possibly exist. Right? I mean, technically, we're looking at the idea of I don't exist now, not as this body, not as this physical thing. I'm non-existent. Colin very nearly almost had the full experience of that he was non-existent. Scared the pants off him. But yet you're coming to a fearless place with that knowledge in your right hand. Oh, I don't exist. Not in this world. I don't exist as this avatar, as this being called Dave. But I do exist as God's son. And it's much like if you're in hospital and you're in a coma. And in the coma, you're in whatever dimension, whatever realm, whatever dream, whatever imagination that you're having. All your family's standing around waiting for you to wake up from the coma, right? It's kind of like that in higher dimensions, right? Everyone in the next level, like if you look at this as the idea of Jacob's ladder, where we transcend the third dimension to the fifth, to the seventh, to the ninth, the 12th, and then we find ourselves finally back in the formlessness of God. It's like, well, everybody, and this is, people say they have spirit guides, and I do, spirit guides and people watching over them and all that. They're not in this realm. They're standing around you in the next realm, waiting for you to awaken from this one. Right? For me, that showed up in my dream in this one as this kind of telepathic communication. I don't even know how to talk about it with blue people. Right? And it's like, but I knew that they were a higher frequency than we were operating from here. It's still in mind. It's still illusion. It's still part of the dream. But the dream apart from God, it's like when Jesus says, my Father's house has many mansions. Those mansions are dimensions. They're realms. They're frequencies of the experience of life. Right? My Father's house has many mansions. It's like frickin' Doctor Who. He's got that little blue policeman's phone box and you open it up and it's bigger on the inside than it is on the outside. How is that possible? It's because it doesn't exist in the dimension that it exists in on the outside. On the inside's a whole nother dimensional thing. You can't explain it. You can't try and work it out because to try and work it out from one dimension, you're using that one-dimensional mind to try and work it out with something that's not available to you in that dimension, if that makes sense, right? Which is why you can't work out your salvation with your temporal mind. You need to have an experience because you're trying to work it out with the mind that exists within the framework of the temporal realm. You can't comprehend what's beyond here. You can imagine things. You can try and make things up. You can read books and listen to videos and whatever. But it's still just rhetoric. You need an experience. You need to go beyond what this is. It's like, all right, I'm being told that I am loved and that there's more to life than this. Jesus is telling me that the opposite of the opposite of life is not death, it's another form of life. All right. So if this experience I'm having is not death, but another form of life, how many other forms of life are there? Right? In the Course in Miracles, he talks about the spheres, right? My understanding of the spheres, your understanding may be different, but my understanding of the spheres is when Jesus talks about the celestial spheres of creation, he's talking about the kingdoms, the other kingdoms of his father's house, right? The other mansions, other dimensions. And just like Jacob's ladder, you've come down from eternity into this dense vibratory experience, and you're going to go back up again once you've done what you need to do here, which is to remember God and repair the schism, repair that belief in separation in your own mind, which is why sole responsibility of the miracle worker is to accept atonement for themselves. There's no one else out there. I'm in a dream of my own making. And that's going to seem completely preposterous because everybody else is going to come together in a Course in Miracles group and go, well, is it your dream or is it my dream? You know, like we're all having our own individual dream, and instantly confuse that with the individual. Right? It's not the individual. It's not a Dave dream and a Tina dream or a Dave dream and an Anna dream. It's a Christ mind dream, which is why the emphasis of the Course is getting you to realign what it is you believe about yourself to at least reflect the nature of the truth of yourself here on earth for a second. Right? I am the Christ. I am one with all things. I am one with all my brothers. I'm not this body. I am not this identity I ascribe to the body. The dream I'm having is a dream in the mind of Christ, not a dream in the mind of Dave. Dave is simply the avatar or the vehicle through which the dream seems to be experienced. That's it. I can continue to confuse myself with it all I want, but it's not going to change anything. So there has to be a point of change where you make a decision about yourself. All right, I want things to change. I see that change is the only way that I'm going to progress into a greater understanding of myself, right? Through letting go of my old understanding of myself, which seems to be now presented to me by Jesus himself to be false. So, I confuse myself with the body all the time, but I am the being that is animating this body and using this body through which to speak and interact, etc. And so be it. It doesn't do any good to try and pretend that that's not happening or, you know, there's no world, there's no body, we're not here doing anything. But it's given you through those moments of holy instance to bring about changes. Now, those changes occur externally, internally, however they show up. If you're able to do it internally, then more power to you. For me, I'm a slow learner. It takes for somebody to come along and like punch me on the nose to realize the necessity to change. I'm dumb. I'm dumb as can be. I was like, holy shit. No wonder I'm in this class with 365 lessons. I'm as dumb as fuck. This is Jesus's remedial class, right? And there's no shame in that. There's nothing wrong with that. At least we're in the class, right? We finally got to the school. It's like, oh, damn, at least I'm here, right? So, but when you look at it properly, it's like, it's a blessing. It's a blessing, you know? Jesus chooses us, the lowest, stupidest, like, he loves us that much, you know? These guys are never going to work it out unless I come down to earth, get crucified, resurrect, and show them what the hell's going on. Because we're children. We are children. We are literally children of God. We are completely innocent, despite all our fantasies, despite all our wild machinations. We are children. We are completely innocent. We have no clue what's going on. Forgive them, Lord, they know not what they do. And that's us. Forgive them, Lord, they know not what they do. We don't know what we do. We like to think we do because we don't want to appear stupid to everybody. I know I'm stupid. I'm as dumb as can be. There's guys out there making billions of dollars and doing stuff on the internet and telling everyone how easy it is. I'm house sitting. It's a nice house, but I'm house sitting. Like if I really wanted to get it together and participate in the world and be smart, I could go and get an education here and try to do the things that people do in the world to make what they call a successful life. But I'm not structured that way. There's something in me that is stronger for the unknown than the known. There's something in me that calls me in a different direction. And as stupid as it seems to everybody else, perhaps, I've got to honor that because it's all I've got. It's all I've got is to be true to myself. I've got nothing else. I've got that thing that I feel within me, that this call. And I'm the black sheep of my family. My whole family thinks I'm batshit bonkers, like who's that woman in Brisbane that's like batshit bonkers Britain that she always wears pink? She's on YouTube a lot. You pommy people should know. Penelope something, I think her name is. She's a classic. I'm like her, just dumb as can be. But Jesus didn't come here for the smart ones and the rich ones. He came for those who are the downtrodden and the poor and those who need justice and all of that. That's who he came for. They're his people, and we're them. Look around. Look in this room. We are them. Lifetime after lifetime after lifetime, the world has not made sense to us. We didn't like its ways. We tried to fit in. We feel like we didn't. We're not good at it. I don't like judgment. I don't like business deals where you get the better of everybody. I don't like all of that buying and selling and that whole negotiating and that whole, like something in me just wants to give. Something in me is just born here to give. Like just here, just take it. Just have it. Like what more can I, that's the natural activity of the children of God, is to give. You also have to allow yourself to receive, which seems to be something many people have an issue with. I did at first, receiving somebody give you some, oh no, it's okay. You don't have to, It's like, oh, thank you. Because why wouldn't I allow my brother to give to me and extend his natural expression as well? All right, Sean, lesson 32, please. This is a good one. The long form of it, not the.
I had the little book out. Let's see, 32.
The big book. You have the big book there?
I got the big book.
Okay, so the long form in the big book.
I see. Today we are continuing to develop the theme of cause and effect. You are not the victim of the world you see because you invented it. You can give it up as easily as you made it up. You will see it or not see it as you wish. While you want it, you will see it. When you no longer want it, it will no longer be there for you to see. The idea for today, like the preceding ones, applies to your inner and outer worlds, which are actually the same. However, since you see them as different, the practice periods for today will again include two phases, one involving the world you see outside you, and the other world you see in your mind. In today's exercises, try to introduce the thought that both are in your own imagination. Again, we will begin the practice periods for the morning and evening by repeating the idea for today 2 or 3 times while looking around at the world you see as outside yourself. And close your eyes and look around your inner world. Try to treat them both as equally as possible. Repeat the idea for today unhurriedly as often as you wish. As you watch the images your imagination presents to your awareness. For the 2 longer practice periods, 3 to 5 minutes are recommended, but not less than 3 required. More than 5 can be utilized if you find the exercises restful. To facilitate this, select a time when few distractions are anticipated and when you yourself feel reasonably ready. These exercises are also to be continued during the day as often as possible. The shorter applications consist of repeating the idea slowly as you survey either your inner or outer world. It does not matter which one you choose or which you choose. The idea for today should also be applied immediately to any situation which may distress you. Apply the idea by telling yourself, I have invented this situation as I see it.
Dana. I've invented the world I see. Close your eyes. Apply it to your body. Annie, do the same. I've invented the world I see, and apply it to your body. Anna, do the same. I've invented the world I see, and apply it to your body. Good. Yes. Apply it honestly. Remember what a liar you are. Don't apply it because I tell you to apply it. Apply it because you feel that you need to apply it. Apply it because it's yours. Own it. Good. Noodle, can you read lesson 67, please? I have a feeling it's a review. Is it a review? No, it shouldn't be. The long form. Breathe, Anna, breathe. Let it happen. Let it happen. Here I am, Lord. Let it happen. Dana, let it happen.
Love created me like itself.
Thank you.
Today's idea is a complete and accurate statement of what you are. This is why you are the light of the world. This is why God appointed you as the world's Savior. This is why the Son of God looks to you for his salvation. He is saved by what you are. We will make every effort today to reach this truth about you and to realize fully, if only for a moment, that it is the truth. In the longer practice period, we will think about your reality and its wholly unchanged and unchangeable nature. We will begin by repeating this truth about you, and then spend a few minutes adding some relevant thoughts, such as, Holiness created me holy. Kindness created me kind. Helpfulness created me helpful. Perfection created me perfect. Any attribute which is in accord with God as he defines himself is appropriate for use. We are trying today to undo your definition of God and replace it with his own. We are also trying to emphasize that you are a part of his definition of himself. After you have gone over several such related thoughts, try to let all thoughts drop away for a brief preparatory interval, and then try to reach past all your images and preconceptions about yourself to the truth in you. If love created you like itself, the self must be in you. And somewhere in your mind, it is there for you to find. You may find it necessary to repeat the idea for today from time to time to replace distracting thoughts. You may also find that this is not sufficient and that you need to continue adding other thoughts related to the truth about yourself. Yet perhaps you will succeed in going past that through the interval of thoughtlessness to the awareness of a blazing light in which you recognize yourself as love created you. Be confident that you will do much today to bring that awareness nearer, though you feel you have succeeded or not. It will be particularly helpful today to practice the idea for the day as often as you can. You need to hear the truth about yourself as frequently as possible because your mind is so preoccupied with false self-images. 4 or 5 times an hour, perhaps even more, it would be most beneficial to remind yourself that love created you like itself. Hear the truth about yourself in this. Try to realize in the shorter practice periods that this is not your tiny, solitary voice that tells you this. This is the voice for God, reminding you of your Father and of yourself. This is the voice of truth, replacing everything that the ego tells you about yourself with the simple truth about the Son of God. You were created by love like itself.
All right, everybody, close your eyes. If you're driving in the car, pull over. If you're laying down, sit up. First time I've seen Kevin in a chair. Is it wash the sheets day to day, Kev? I'm actually doing my sheets. Ra's sitting up. That looks a mighty uncomfortable chair you're sitting on, Ra. Was it office chair? Uh-huh. That's good. You know, the best place to meditate is beside a noisy highway or it's the same reason that the fakirs sleep on a bed of nails and things like that. It helps them focus the pain. Close your eyes, Colin. Let the whole world disappear, literally. Take a few deep breaths. We're going to do a little creative visualization And I want you to try and connect with it. It's impossible to tell you and to describe to you really what you are as a child of God. The lesson Noodle read is pretty nice, but the experience that those words are about is well beyond the words. There are literally no words how beautiful you are. If you think of angels as beautiful beings of glowing light and wings and whatever like that, you are much more than that. You are something that your breath would just exhaust from your lungs in the biggest gasp. You wouldn't believe it. And yet it is what you are. So close your eyes, take a few breaths. Here I am, Lord. Let my words be your words. Here I am, Lord. Come again to place myself on the altar to truth. With all my resistance, with all my errors, with all my shortcomings, exactly as I am, accepting myself exactly as I am, because I cannot place and before you a barren landscape of red sand. My internet connection is unstable. You got no? Yeah? Okay. Close your eyes. You're in the desert. Imagine a circle drawn in the sand. We often use the idea of a circle for healing, and you see this circle in front of you. It's not just any circle. You know whose circle it is. It's the circle of one who stood there for 40 days and 40 nights. Feel that in you. Feel it in you. See it in you. And hear it when he tells you that you are worthy to step into that circle. You are worthy because you are a child of God, not for any other reason you believe about yourself or don't believe about yourself. And he is calling you to take that one single step into that circle and to claim your Christhood exactly as you are. Breathe. And you see that circle, and I want you to imagine yourself standing outside the circle for a moment, contemplating all that it means, all that it represents. The circle, and to step into the circle is to go beyond limitation, to go beyond what you think you are capable of, and to trust only in God. And I want you to say yes to Jesus. Yes, Lord, I am willing to step into the circle. No matter how you feel about that, I'm willing to step into this circle that you have prepared for me and to take my place in the atonement. Feel it. And as you say yes, the circle illuminates in gold, brilliant golden light. And you step across the threshold into the circle. Feel, here I am, Lord. Here I am, your child. And I refuse to budge. I refuse to step outside of the circle in the face of all of my own temptations, in the acceptance that they have already been healed for me and in me, but for my own refusal to acknowledge it. I am a child of God here and now. I am whole and perfect here and now, just like Noodle read in that lesson. This is who I am. This is my truth. I am a divine being, sinless, perfect, and whole forever. I am loved and loving. And the world cannot tell me what I am. The world cannot tell me what I am. I am one with all things. Breathe. The power in me is not my own. It comes from my Father, given to me to use for a higher purpose than this world holds out. A purpose of love, unconditional love. A purpose of forgiveness, unconditional forgiveness, radical forgiveness. Forgiving myself for the world I think I see and the thoughts I hold about it. I'm on a journey of the soul, and I am done with my learning here. I am on a journey of the soul, and I am done with my learning here. I am willing to accept that I am as God created me, and to live from that place. There is nothing else. Anything other than that is illusion. Anything other than that is not the truth. And in this circle, we be still to allow ourselves to be purified of anything that does not reflect the truth of God's love in me or on earth. Breathe. Feel. Zoe, reach out with your feelings. Connect with your Father. Here I am, Lord. Get a sense of it. Feel it. Breathe it in. Breathe it out. I am alive. Not the body, not the vessel, but the Christ mind utilizing it. I am aware now. I am awake. I am truth itself. Let me represent only that on earth. In my home, in my workplace, in the fish and chip shop, anywhere I go. Let me tip all the apples out of the apple cart and be unconcerned how to put them back. Breathe. Feel. Deb, go deeper. Here I am, Lord. Here I am in the circle, in the desert. Push. Push into the feeling. Feel yourself there. Let it be the truth of you. That's where I am. It's an emotional place. It's a devotional place. Feel it. Don't let yourself slide off. Don't let yourself step out of the circle. Feel it. Stay there. Force yourself to stay there. Here I am, Lord. Here I am. Acknowledge me, your son, your child. I want an experience. I want to know the truth. I demand it. I'm entitled to it. And I will wait in this circle. I will be still and know that I am God. Push. Push, Natasha. Get out of your head and into your heart. Out of your head. That's better. Into your heart. Feel. Let yourself feel. Give yourself permission to feel. I'm standing in the circle of atonement that Christ made for me. I'm standing here. I choose to stand here. Breathe. You have to get a sense of that longing to remember your Father. How much do you want it? Get out of your head. Nothing's happening in your head. Father, here I am. Here I am. Annie, get into your heart space. Sink deeper. Here I am, Lord. Help me. Natasha, push. Feel it. Stop going astral. Breathe. Stay in the body. Let the pain come up. Let your existential anxiety come up. Let your emptiness and your longing to remember your Father come up. Let it be real to you. Let it be more than A Course in Miracles. Let it be more than Satsang. Let it be more than words on a page. God, Father, Creator, source of all things, created me, and I will to know him. Feel that. Andre, feel it. Zoe, look down. Further, look down. Here I am, Lord. You approach the altar with a sense of penitence, with the realization that one of a lesser order stands before its creator. Good. Good. That's better. Good, Natasha. That's good. Breathe. Yes. Colin. Breathe. Your circle is in the ice. Here I am, Lord. It's the same thing. It's a devotion. Here I am, Lord. It's powerful. You know how much it takes to perform that devotion. Be about it now. It's got nothing to do with the ice. It's a state of mind. Here I am, Lord. Would you climb a mountain? Would you swim an ocean? Would you spend 40 years walking in the desert, leading your people to the promised land if God told you? Would you do whatever it takes? Alexi, I know your answer is yes. Breathe. Feel. The human being spends so much time trying to deny its emotions, trying to deny what it feels and make things better for itself. Finally, we're going to refuse not to do that anymore. I'm not going to hide from what I feel. I'm not going to be silent. I'm not going to push it down. I'm going to step into this circle and give it to the Lord, give it to God that I can be finally healed of it. I have no use for it. This stupid world of division and divisiveness, of prejudice and chaos. I have no use for this. Breathe. It's time to move on in the journey of the soul. Good. Yes. Thank you, Anna. Yeah. Nice. Thank you, Tina. Feel it. Dana, feel it. Get deeper. Go deeper. You have to push. Annie, push. The sorrows of the world do not belong to the world. They belong to you. They belong to the mind that perceives them. The suffering of the children, the sorrow of the widows. It's not out there. It's in me. Feel it where it is, and then it can be healed. Feel it where it is. If you're doing this for yourself alone, you're in it for the wrong reason. This is for the healing of your whole world, whether you think you're capable or not. For every brother who has been and everyone who is yet to come, I play my part now. I step into the circle now, and I refuse to adjust to my pain. I refuse to adjust to my feelings. I'm going to let myself feel and give it to God, give it to the Holy Spirit through the prayer of my heart for the healing of my mind that believes that I am separate from my Father. Amen. Yes. Yes. Uh-huh. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father. Good. Good. Yes. Breathe. Breathe. Let it happen. Let it happen. Let the whole world collapse in on you and have an experience. It's not going to happen by thinking about it. It's never going to happen by thinking about it. You have to feel it. Feel that stirring of God's strength in you and connect with that. Feel. Don't shy away from the images in your thinking. Look at them. as dark as they get or as pleasant as they get, look at them. Contained within them is all the meaning that you've given them. And that meaning you give to God. That meaning contains all the pain, suffering, and death of the universe. One thought, wholly, completely chosen, one thought surrendered is enough. And the dominoes will fall. I have no use for this. I'm a child of God. Everyone take a breath. Go get a glass of water or something. We're going to take a minute and then we're going to come back and we're going to do declarations. We're going to make declarations. And you are going to be so baked. We're going to push this to its deepest depths we've ever done in a satsang. Just take a few minutes. All righty. Noodle, you can start. So a declaration is like putting a pin in time and space, like a marker. It's energetic. Everything is energetic. Everything is a, how do you describe it? If you imagine everything as being like a hologram or your own personal story, making a declaration is changing the script in form. It's the same thing as getting baptized. It's the same thing as when the Druids would build a stone circle. It's the same thing as any kind of, almost like a ritual where you're reminding yourself again and witnessing to yourself what it is that is the truth of you. And you're holding yourself accountable to that. So you make a declaration that I am a child of God. I am whole. I am perfect. Just like that lesson you read, where any of the attributes that God is ascribed, you also share in those. Right? A declaration is not of the form that I am a Course in Miracles student, blah, blah. That's bullshit. There is no such thing as a Course in Miracles student or a Course in Miracles teacher. There is only Christ. There is only truth. So your declaration reflects that and that only. Doesn't have to be long, doesn't have to be whatever, but it's like you will stand up and you'll declare yourself. But you have to hear yourself declare yourself. You're not declaring yourself to us. You're not declaring yourself to a Zoom meeting.
I am one with love because there is nothing else. We did lose Dave, Tina.
Keep going. I couldn't hear you. Did you do your declaration? I only heard.
I did.
I want to hear it again.
I am only love because there is nothing else.
You want to say some more? Then say that again.
My
I am
connection.
only love because there is nothing else.
Okay.
Good. Casey, you want to do a declaration? Bear in mind, you guys don't have to do it, okay? If I call on you or Tina says something to you, whatever, you don't have to do it. It's up to you.
I'm just listening tonight.
Fair enough. We are blessed with your presence. Anna?
Yes, sir.
Oh. Oh God. Oh my God. Oh God. I am the Holy Son of God, the Christ, the eternal light. I am as love created me.
Thank you. John. Take a breath. Good.
I am eternally blessed as a son of God. I am united amongst my brothers within the sonship under God.
Good. Carrie. Breathe.
I am perfectly perfect as is.
I am as God created me, whole and perfect.
Good. Annie.
I am yours, Father. I am your child, and I will do your will, as you ask me to do. Amen.
Kevin.
This is my holy instant of release. Right here, right now.
Kevin, can you declare the truth of yourself?
I don't know the truth of myself.
That's the whole point of doing a declaration. You speak the words and your experience aligns to the words. You become willing to step up, to step into a new place, a place exactly where you don't know the meaning of that truth of those words, where you can then be shown. It is a willingness. You don't have to. I'll come back to you. Colin. Good.
I
It's
am
good.
one with God.
Good.
I am one with God. 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 I am eternal, eternal.
Yes. Deb?
I don't know if I believe it.
Of course you don't believe it. That's the whole reason for it.
Uh-huh.
You're stepping into a new place where you don't believe, into the unknown, so that you can be shown, so it can be revealed. Whoa, deja vu. I've seen you in this moment before. Your Father is calling. Your Father is calling. Jesus is holding out his hand to you to step into a new place. Belief is not required. The truth of you is a fact. All of these lessons, this whole course, everything you're doing is precisely because you don't believe it. Take a deep breath.
I am not a body. I am not a body. I am whole. I am perfect. And I am healed.
Yes.
I am whole. I am perfect. I am healed.
Thank you. Alexi?
I am perfect as God created me. I am free. I am loved. I am love itself. I am one with everything. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Andre? Yes.
I am the only begotten Son of God, in whom he is well pleased.
Yes. Donna? Yep. Donna. Did you do one already?
I am one of the infinite expressions of infinity. Thank you.
Thank you. Tina?
Oh. Oh, I am God's son. I am his light. I am the light of the world. I am perfect. I am whole. I am his love. I am his joy. I am one with him. I am the Christ. Oh. 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 Oh.
Claire.
I am an innocent child of God. I am an innocent child of God.
Margaret. Is it Margaret? I can't remember. The names have changed. Next to you, Claire, your friend there.
Next.
That's right.
Natasha.
Yeah, Nate. It's close to Margaret. Feel it.
I am the light of the world. I am the light of the world. I am one with all of creation.
Thank you. Keep going.
I am.
Yeah. Go on, push.
I'm so grateful. Thank you.
Take a breath. Yes. Breathe. Breathe. Yes. Thank you. Zoe.
I am willing to be shown where I truly abide with my father as a liar and as a son of a liar. I know where I truly belong as the Son of God. With him, not here.
Take a breath. There. Stay in that place. Stay right there. Don't adjust. Yes. Don't adjust. Stay there. Stay in that feel. Stay where that feels that way. You must refuse to adjust. Where death plays a part, you must refuse to adjust. Stay in the circle. Good. Make your declaration again. It doesn't have to be the same. Feel it.
I am always where I want to abide. I am truly with God. I'm already there.
Now make it again without the liar. This is a declaration of your truth. Whether you believe in it or not, whether you know it or not, whether you've experienced it or not. It's a declaration. It's a saying yes to how it is that God sees you, as a willingness for how it is you want to see yourself and how it is you are willing to believe of yourself.
I am the light of the world. I
Yes.
am God's son.
Yes.
Here. I am God's son.
Good. Casey, did you want to make a declaration? Either yes or no. It's up to you. You're all good? Kevin? No? That's fine. Everyone else?
Jay
Oh,
hasn't done it.
go for it. No, you have to unmute the microphone there. There we go. Yes.
I am love in the highest order, and in divine order, I am connected with the I am. I live in God. That I am. I am love. I am truth. I am Christ.
Good.
I am love fulfilled. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I am God's son. I am the child he loves. Loving as he loves. Forever and ever. Amen. Dana. Lesson 220, please.
Hold on. Oh, it's a short one. Okay. I am not a body. I am free, for I am still as God created me. There is no peace except the peace of God. Let me not wander from the way of peace, for I am lost on other roads than this. But let me follow him who leads me home, and peace is certain as the love of God. Hmm.
There's a devotion. There's a devotion to the sonship that is necessary, because you make no progress for yourself unless it's through your brother. Taking your brother's hand and walking together. And that has to be felt. That has to be felt. It's not a concept. It's not an idea. I am my brother's keeper. That has to abide. That has to be a present realization, a present feeling about myself on earth, so that where I go, I am purposeful. Where I am sent, I am purposeful. Otherwise, my mind will drift off into illusions and dreams and daydreaming. And my brothers will come and go from my awareness, and I will have completely missed all of the opportunities to enlighten the moment, to bring about the realization of our oneness and become glad. I cannot serve God for myself alone. It's impossible. I do it for them. You have to be a servant. You have to be blameworthy and take the whole world on your shoulders, with God as your strength and Christ's vision as your gift. This is not a regular life. It's not a normal life. This is a devotional life. And you need to think of yourself as devoted. because then you feel the love. Your path is your path, and your relationships are your relationships. But every one of them is purposeful if you will let it be. Whether you're just beginning a relationship, whether you're just leaving one, whether you're somewhere in the middle of it, a relationship can look like anything, a casual encounter or a lifelong commitment. There's no good or bad about relationships. There's no right or wrong. People enter them and leave them all the time. But they all eventuate bearing lessons. They all come bearing a gift. And they will repeat in the same energetic cycle in different forms until the lesson they hold out, the lesson they present is learned. It's always going to be a lesson in letting go, in forgiveness. It's always going to be a lesson in abiding on a deeper level with God, abiding on a deeper level with Jesus. Because the journey is to God. We go to God, and we get closer and closer with every relationship correctly perceived. My purpose is healing. My goal is peace. The mind training helps me to remember in a world that would absolutely take every opportunity to cause me to forget. When you wake up in the morning, give your day to God. When you go to bed at night, give your dreams and your sleep to God. Start the day properly. Finger on the nose. Any questions? Anyone? Noodle. Yeah. Oh.
I do.
Uh-huh.
Is it possible, you mentioned just now in our dreams, as we go to sleep and give our sleep to God in our dreams, is it possible we travel in different dimensions in our dream? Because I feel from my experience, I do.
With God, all things are possible. Is it helpful? Is it helpful? That's the only question I would ask you, to answer a question with a question. Does it bring you a sense of greater peace?
Always peace. I'm in peace always.
Good. Then I wouldn't be concerned about your dreams.
Thank you, teacher.
All right, that's it. I think it's about lunchtime and probably bedtime for some of you guys. Thank you all for coming to represent and joining. Take a breath. I think Tyna would like to hang around a little bit if any of you guys want to hang around. Maybe do some more workbook stuff. I feel there's some energy there for her to declare and express. As my student, it's time for her to step up as well now and offer what she's been offered. So, thank you.
I'll hang out a bit. I'll do like I like I did before, so you don't feel some sort of way. Because I'm responsible for how you feel. I'll close my eyes. And if you need to leave, you can. When I open my eyes, whoever's here will do what we do for a bit. All right. Well, you don't care. Yeah, good, you got it. You're responsible for how you feel. Right on, Colin. Perfect. For those that you don't have that lesson yet, my eyes are closed. Oh. Okay. Let's do Song of Prayer. Let's do a bit of Song of Prayer. Oh, wait a minute. Alexi, you only have finish, right?
Yeah, I only have finish and then this arrived, this small booklet.
It arrived. Quick change of plans.
Yeah, but
Let's
also
do.
if you can find the Song of Prayer online, then that's also fine. I have a computer. But
Okay.
whatever.
No. I want to hear you read. So we're going to do a few lessons, all right? So grab your version of this. You know what I want to do before we read real quick? Is I want to read chapter 31 has been on my heart a lot. And I say it all the time if you hear anything that I ever record. I'm like, lately, that's all I've been talking about is chapter 31. Chapter 31 is like every other. I'm just going to read the first paragraph or two, and then we're going to do some lessons so we can hear Alexi. Chapter 31, like every other chapter, in between the first declaration that's made, nothing real can be threatened, nothing unreal exists. Herein lies the peace of God. Everything after that is saying the same thing over and over and over again. And then in chapter 31, he says it again. But what's so beautiful about chapter 31 is that now we've come from the beginning and we're at the last chapter. And he's like, you've been told. You've been told. You know what to do. You know how to do it. The only reason that it's not done now is because of the one thing that you've ever needed, and that's your willingness. You have absolutely everything you need. You're Holy Son of God. It's only your willingness to step into that. And it's so beautiful how he talks about how much you had to overlearn not being who you are. That took a skill. That took a skill. So I'm just always encouraged by this, and I'm going to read just a couple, and then we're going to do some lessons, and then that'll be, I think, good. All right. I'm reading from the Sparkly, and it's the simplicity of salvation. He says, how simple is salvation? All it says is what was never true is not true now and never will be. The impossible has not occurred and can have no effects. And that is all. Here it is. Can this be hard to learn by anyone who wants it to be true? Only unwillingness to learn it could make such an easy lesson difficult? How hard is it to see that what is false cannot be true, and what is true cannot be false? You can no longer say that you perceive no differences in false and true. You have been told exactly how to tell one from the other. You know what he's meaning. You know what he's saying when he says that, right? One is going to make you always feel some sort of way. And the other one is going to always make you feel some sort of way, and that's joyful. So simple. Here it is. You have been told exactly how to tell one from the other and just what to do if you become confused. Why then do you persist in learning not such simple things? There is a reason. But confuse it not with difficulty in the simple things salvation asks you learn. It teaches but the very obvious. It merely goes from one apparent lesson to the next in easy steps which lead you gently from one to another with no strain at all. This cannot be confusing, yet you are confused. For somehow you believe that what is totally confused is easier to learn and understand. What you have taught yourself is such a giant learning feat. It is indeed incredible. But you accomplished it because you wanted to, and did not pause in diligence to judge it hard to learn or too complex to grasp. One more paragraph. No one who understands what you have learned, how carefully you have learned it, and the pains to which you went to practice and repeat the lessons endlessly in every form you could conceive of them, could ever doubt, here it is, the power of your learning skill. There is no greater power in the world. The world was made by it, and even now depends on nothing else. The lessons you have taught yourselves have been so overlearned and fixed, they rise like heavy curtains to obscure the simple and the obvious. Say not, you cannot learn them. For your power to learn is strong enough to teach you that your will is not your own. Your thoughts do not belong to you, and even you are someone else. Who can maintain that lessons such as these are easy? Yet you have learned more than this. You have continued taking every step, however difficult, without complaint, until a world was built that suited you. And every lesson that makes up the world arises from the first accomplishment of learning, an enormity so great, the Holy Spirit's voice seems small and still before its magnitude. The world began with one strange lesson, powerful enough to render God forgotten and his son an alien to himself, in exile from the home where God himself established him. You who have taught yourselves the Son of God is guilty, say not that you cannot learn the simple things salvation teaches you. So we'll take a second. And we're going to start with Alexi. And it's important to remember that we're starting at number one. Which is not the absolute truth of who you are, but it is where you find yourself now.
Okay.
All right, brother.
Do I start? You ready?
You do start. I am so ready. My entire life waiting for this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Nothing I see means anything. The reason this is so is that I see nothing. Nothing has no meaning. It is necessary that I recognize this, that I may learn to see. What I think I see now is taking the place of vision. I must let it go by realizing that it has no meaning, so that vision may take its place.
That's not it. Just take a breath. You're going to do another one.
Same
Take
one.
a second. Yeah, no, you're gonna. No, I heard the first one.
Okay.
I want to hear another one from you, but I want you to take a second. All right? I want you to
Okay.
take a second. That was beautiful.
I have given what I see all the meaning it has for me. I have judged everything I look upon. And it is this and only this that I see. This is not vision. It is merely an illusion of reality. Because my judgments have been made quite apart from reality, I am willing to recognize the lack of validity in my judgments, because I want to see. My judgments have hurt me, and I do not want to see according to them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be back. You take a second. All right.
Okay.
Annie, did you read? Can you?
Yes.
Thank you. And you take a minute. Annie, I feel you. Yeah. Yeah, take some space. Yeah, take some space. Take some space.
I do not understand anything I see. How could I understand what I see when I have judged it amiss? What I see is the projection of my own errors of thought. I do not understand what I see because it is not understandable. There is no sense in trying to understand it. But there is every reason to let it go. To make room for what can be seen and understood and loved. I can exchange what I see now.
Thank you.
For this merely by being willing to do so. Is not this a better choice than the one I made before? Is not this a better choice than the one I made before?
Do another one.
Thoughts do not mean anything.
Take a breath right there, right there, right there. Like open that up. Oh. Yeah.
The thoughts of which I am aware do not mean anything because I'm trying to think without God. So hot.
Just open up. Like honestly, like you open up. I feel you. I just can't. I just feel you. Just open up. Yes, yes, yes. You can't not let this happen.
What I call my thoughts are not my real thoughts. My real thoughts are the thoughts I think with God. I am not aware of them because I have made my thoughts to take their place. I am willing to recognize that my thoughts do not mean anything and to let them go. I choose to have them be replaced by what they're intended to replace. My thoughts are meaningless, but all creation lies in the thoughts I think with God. My thoughts are meaningless, but all creation lies in the thoughts I think with God. Thank you.
Yeah, don't close that space up. We got a little space. Open up. Do the next one. Just breathe into that space. It's just do the next one. Oh, water. It's a little adjustment. That's okay. Do the next one. You got some space. You got some space. This frustrates you, right?
I am never upset for the reason never. I am never upset for the reason I think, because I am constantly trying to justify my thoughts. I am constantly trying to control. I make all things my enemies so that my anger is justified and my attacks are warranted.
Good.
I have not realized how much I have misused everything I see by assigning this role to it. I have done this to defend a thought system which has hurt me and which I no longer want. I am willing to let it go. I am willing to let it go. I am willing to let it go.
Stay open. Stay open. Thank you. Stay open, okay? Zoe, she's open for you, okay? You stay open.
Perfect. I am upset because I see what is not there. Reality is never frightening. It is impossible that it could upset me. Reality brings only perfect peace. When I am upset, it is always because I have replaced reality with illusions which I made up. The illusions are upsetting because I have given them reality. Oh God, I lost my place now.
Yeah, of course. I kind of want you to start from the beginning. Did you hear what you said? Did you hear what you said? Oh. Hear what you're saying. You hear this, okay? You hear this.
I am upset because I see what is not there. Reality is never frightening. It is impossible that it could upset me. Reality brings only perfect peace.
Yeah.
When I am upset, it is always because I have replaced reality with illusions, which I made up. The illusions are upsetting because I have given them reality, and thus regard reality as an illusion. Nothing in God's creation nothing in God's creation is affected in any way by this confusion of mine. I am always hurt by nothing.
Nah, don't close down. Stay right there. Just take a breath right where you are. And give me the next one.
I see. Only
Take a second first. Oh.
I see only the past. As I look about, I condemn the world I look upon. I call this seeing. I hold the past against everyone and everything, making them my enemies. When I have forgiven myself and remembered who I am, I will bless everyone and everything I see. There will be no past, and therefore no enemies. And I will look with God on all that I failed to see before.
Thank you. Deb.
I see only my own thoughts.
What is the title of that one, though?
Oh, yeah, sorry. My mind is preoccupied with past thoughts.
There it is. What's that behind you, Deb? What's that behind you? There's nothing there, right? Right, okay, right on. Just check it. It's happening right now. Okay.
My mind is preoccupied with past thoughts.
Yeah.
I see only my own thoughts, and my mind is preoccupied with the past. What then can I see as it is? Let me remember that I look on the past to prevent the present from dawning on my mind. Let me understand that I'm trying to use time against God.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Let me learn to give the past away. Realizing that in doing so, I'm giving up nothing.
Read that again, Deb.
The last line of the whole lesson.
No, the entire thing.
Mm-hmm. My
Feels like we don't
mind
have
is
enough
free.
time, right? Feels like we don't have enough time
Yeah.
for you to read this again. And for you to hear this.
My mind is preoccupied with past thoughts. I see only my own thoughts, and my mind is preoccupied with the past. What then can I see as it is? Let me remember that I look on the past to prevent the present from dawning on my mind. Let me understand that I'm trying to use time against God. Let me learn to give the past away, realizing that in doing so, I am giving up nothing.
Do the next one.
I see nothing as it is now. If I see nothing as it is now, it can truly be said that I see nothing. I can only see what is now. The choice is not whether to see the past or the present. It is merely whether to see or not. What I have chosen to see has cost me vision. Now I would choose again that I may see.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Carrie, read that same one, all right?
I see nothing as it is now. If I see nothing as it is now, it can truly be said that I see nothing.
Stop. Try that again. But open up. Do we have to stand up? Do we have to?
I see nothing as it is now.
Yeah.
If I see nothing as it is now,
Yeah.
it can truly be said that I see nothing. I can see only what is now. The choice is not whether to see the past or the present. It is merely whether to see or not. What I have chosen to see has cost me vision.
Stop. Yeah. Start from the beginning. Take a second. You're not going to read this and stay the same. You're not. So open up and let it just happen, Carrie. You're not going to be the same. How do you read that? And keep reading even. How do you read that? I see nothing as it is now. Is that what he says? Read one more time.
I see nothing as it is now.
What?
I see nothing as it is now.
Yeah.
I see nothing. I see nothing as it is now. If I see nothing as it is now, it can truly be said that I see nothing. I can see only what is now.
Good.
A choice is not whether to see the past or the present. It is merely whether to see or not.
Mm-hmm. Don't try to figure it out.
What I have chosen to see has cost me vision.
That's all you need to know.
Now I would choose again that I may see.
Do the next one. And take a second. Don't close back down with this second. Open back up. Breathe this in. You're open. Keep opening.
Thoughts do not mean anything. I have no private thoughts. Yet it is only private thoughts of which I am aware. What can these thoughts mean? They do not exist, and so they mean nothing. Yet my mind is part of creation and part of its creator. Would I not rather join the thinking of the universe than to obscure all that is really mine with my pitiful and meaningless private thoughts? Would I not rather join the thinking of the universe than to obscure all that is really mine with my pitiful and meaningless private thoughts? My thoughts do not mean anything. I have no private thoughts. Yet it is only private thoughts of which I am aware. What can these thoughts mean? They do not exist, and so they mean nothing. Yet my mind is part of creation and part of its creator. Would I not rather join the thinking of the universe than to obscure all that is really mine with my pitiful and meaningless private thoughts?
Read the next one, Carrie. Yeah.
My meaningless thoughts are showing me a meaningless world.
Whew.
Since the thoughts of which I am aware do not mean anything, the world which pictures them can have no meaning. What is producing this world is insane, and so is what it produces. Reality is not insane, and I have real thoughts as well as insane ones. I can therefore see a real world if I look to my real thoughts as my guide for seeing.
I'm going to read this one, okay? My meaningless thoughts are showing me a meaningless world. Since the thoughts of which I am aware do not mean anything, the world which pictures them can have no meaning. What is producing this world is insane, and so is what it produces. Reality is not insane. And I have real thoughts, as well as insane ones. I can therefore see a real world if I look to my real thoughts as my guide for seeing. read I am upset, Carrie.
Oh. I am upset
Mm-hmm.
as I see a meaningless world.
Good.
Insane thoughts are upsetting. They produce a world in which there is no order anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Only chaos rules a world which represents chaotic thinking. And chaos has no laws.
Mhm.
I cannot live in peace in such a world.
Don't compromise. Don't compromise.
I am grateful that this world is not real.
Whew.
And that I need not see it at all unless I choose to value it. And I do not choose to value what is totally insane and has no meaning.
It's good, Carrie. I'm grateful this world is not real. Is that what he said? Make no compromise where death plays a part. Something like that. So trying to fix it. Yeah, okay, good. Read it again, right there. Read it again. Good, good, good. Carrie, you're not going to be the same. Good.
I am upset because I see a meaningless world.
Yeah, fuck, finally.
Insane thoughts are upsetting. They produce a world in which there is no order anywhere. Holy chaos rules a world which represents chaotic thinking. And chaos has no laws. I cannot live in peace in such a world.
Hmm.
I am grateful that this world is not real. And that I need not see it at all unless I choose to value it.
Good.
I do not choose to value it. And I do not choose to value what is totally insane and has no meaning. Thank you, Carrie. Thank you. Mm. Donna. Dana. I'm pronouncing it like Dave. Oh, thank you. Let me help you out.
There you go. You think I know how to do this. Okay.
Good, good. Oh.
A meaningless world engenders fear. The totally insane engenders fear because it is completely undependable and offers no grounds for trust. Nothing in madness is dependable. Nothing in madness is dependable. It holds out no safety and no hope, but such a world is not real. I have given it all the illusion of reality and have suffered from my belief in it. Now I choose to withdraw this belief and place my trust in reality. In choosing this, I will escape all the effects of the world of fear because I am acknowledging that it does not exist.
Read it again. But take a second. Dana, intellectually, I know. This lesson is everything. This one is everything, Dana. Oh, no, not yet. No, really. Yeah.
A meaningless world engenders fear. The totally insane engenders fear because it is completely undependable and offers no grounds for trust. Nothing in madness is dependable. It holds out no safety and no hope. Such a world is not real. I have given it the illusion of reality and have suffered from my belief in it.
Dana, that line.
I have given it the illusion of reality and have suffered from my belief in it.
Yeah. Yeah. Good.
I have given it the illusion of reality and have suffered from my belief in it. Now I choose to withdraw this belief
Mm.
and place my trust in reality. In choosing this, I will escape all the effects of the world of fear because I am acknowledging that it does not exist.
Wow. Read the next one.
God did not create a meaningless world. How can a meaningless world exist if God did not create it? He is the source of all meaning, and everything that is real is in his mind. It is in my mind too, because he created it with me. Why should I continue to suffer from the effects of my own insane thoughts when the perfection of my creation is my home? Let me remember the power of my decisions and recognize where I really abide.
Say that line again, because that's not what he said. And it's
Let,
important.
let me remember the power of my decision.
There. You hear the difference, though?
Yeah.
I mean, this because we keep talking about the prayer of the heart, and we keep like giving the prayer of our mind. It's not decisions. It's one problem, one solution. The only thing I have left is the power to decide.
Yes.
Okay.
Let me remember the power of my decision and recognize where I really abide.
Yeah. How are we going to have the prayer of our heart when we never let it hit our heart? I just don't want to be affected by any of this stuff at all. I just don't want to be affected. How am I going to ever get the prayer in my heart? It's important. It's important.
Thank you.
Read the next one.
My thoughts are images which I have made. Whatever I see reflects my thoughts. It is my thoughts which tell me where I am and what I am. The fact that I see a world in which there is suffering and loss and death shows me that I am seeing only the representation of my insane thoughts. and am not allowing my real thoughts to cast their beneficent light on what I see. Yet God's way is sure. The images I have made cannot prevail against him, because it is not my will they do so. My will is his, and I will place no other gods before him.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
I'm not going in any particular order, but I find myself back at Alexi. Just happens to be that way. But Alexi, read the same one again.
Is it lesson 14?
15, isn't it? My thoughts are images I have made. My thoughts are images which I have made. What's that first line? Whatever. I was talking to brother about this. These absolutes. He says nothing, only, always. And I go, you don't mean that. Whatever I see, reflects my thoughts. Okay, you, Alexi.
Okay. My thoughts are images which I have made. Whatever I see reflects my thoughts. It is my thoughts which tell me where I am and what I am. The fact that I see a world in which there is suffering and loss and death shows me that I am seeing only the representation of my insane thoughts, and I'm not allowing my real thoughts to cast their beneficent light on what I see. Yet God's way is sure.
Hmm.
The images I have made cannot prevail against him, because it is not my will that they do so. My will is his, and I will place no other gods before him.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you want me to continue?
Yeah, I wish you would.
I have no neutral thoughts. Neutral thoughts are impossible, because all thoughts have power. They will either make a false world or lead me to a real one. But thoughts cannot be without effects. As the world I see arises from my thinking errors, so will the real world rise before my eyes, as I let my errors be corrected.
Thank you.
My thoughts cannot be neither true nor false. They must be one or the other. What I see shows me which they are.
Thank you. Read the next one. It's going to tie it all up. So sweet. Read the next one.
I see no neutral things.
What's the next one that's going to tie it all up? Sorry, but this one's good.
What what I see witnesses to what I think. If I did not think, I would not exist, because life is thought. Let me look on the world as the representation of my own state of mind. I know that my state of mind can change, and so I also know the world I see can change as well.
Oh, thank you, Father. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, you read this next one because it's going to tie it all up. Read this next one.
The
With
next
your
one.
full chest, with your full chest, read this next one. Woo!
I am not alone in experiencing the effects of my seeing. If I have no private thoughts, I cannot see a private world. Even the mad idea of separation had to be shared before it could form the basis of the world I see.
Whew.
Yet that sharing was a sharing of nothing. I can also call upon my real thoughts, which
Yes.
share everything with
Yes.
everybody.
Yes.
As my thoughts of separation call to the separation thoughts of others, so my real thoughts awaken the real thoughts in them. And the world my real thoughts show me will dawn on their side as well as mine.
Perfect. Beautiful. Thank you. So grateful those books made it to you. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you,
you, brother.
thank you, thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh, Annie. Come on, open up. You ready? Annie? You ready?
Yes. Ready for what?
Okay. The next one.
Okay.
All right. Mm.
I am not alone in experiencing the effects of my thoughts. I am alone in nothing. Everything I think or say or do touches all the universe. A son of God cannot think or speak or act in vain. He cannot be alone in anything. It is therefore in my power to change every mind along with mine. For mine is the power of God.
So therefore the next one.
I am determined to see. Recognizing the shared nature of my thoughts.
There. Yes.
I feel like I'm reading this for the first time instead of for
You are.
70th time or something.
This is it. This is it.
Recognizing the shared nature of my thoughts, I am determined to see. I would look upon the witnesses that show me the thinking of the world has been changed. I would behold the proof that what has been done through me has enabled love to replace fear, laughter to replace weeping, and abundance to replace loss. I would look upon the real world and let it teach me that my will and the will of God are one.
Got that next one? Kind of like a pear.
I am determined to see things differently. What I see now are but signs of disease, disaster, and death. This cannot be what God created for his beloved Son. This cannot be what God created for his beloved Son. The very fact that I see such things is proof that I do not understand God. Therefore, I also do not understand his Son. What I see tells me that I do not know who I am. I do not know who I am. I am determined to see the witnesses to the truth rather than those which show me an illusion of myself.
Beautiful. Thank you. Oh, God. Oh, I love this lesson. So perfect. Oh. Ooh. I am determined. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Ooh. To see the witnesses to the truth in me rather than those which show me an illusion. The truth in me rather than an illusion of myself. Whew. Oh, I'll read the next one just because. Oh, thank you. What I see is a form of vengeance. The world I see is hardly the representation of loving thoughts. It is a picture of attack on everything and by everything. It is anything but a reflection of the love of God and the love of His Son. Here it is. It is my own attack thoughts which give rise to this picture. My loving thoughts will save me from this perception of the world and give me the peace God intended me to have. um, I can't escape from the world. By giving up attack thoughts. Herein lies my salvation and nowhere else. Oh, God. Oh, without attack thoughts, I could not see a world of attack. As forgiveness allows love to return to my awareness, I will see a world of peace. Why would he say this if it wasn't true? Why would he say that? Why would he say that? Why would he say that? Oh, 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 oh my, oh. He says, I can escape from the world by giving up attack thoughts. Herein lies my salvation and nowhere else. Why would he say that? Without attack thoughts, I could not see a world of attack. As forgiveness allows love to return to my awareness, I will see a world of peace and safety and joy. Oh, and it is this that I choose to see in place of what I look on now. Oh, God. Like in chapter 31, it's just I'm not willing to take his word for things instead of my own ideas, my own thoughts. Why would he say that? Oh, Carrie. It's just not words. He's not just saying stuff, right? I mean, I want to believe this. Why would he say that?
I do not perceive my own best interests. How could I recognize my own best interest when I do not know who I am? What I think are my best interests would merely bind me closer to the world of illusions. I am willing to follow the guide God has given me to find out what my own best interests are.
There it is. That's it.
Recognizing that I cannot perceive them by myself. I am willing to follow the guide God has given me to find out what my own best interests are. Recognizing that I cannot perceive them by myself. I do not perceive my own best interests. How could I recognize my own best interests when I do not know who I am? What I think are my best interests would merely bind me closer to the world of illusions. I am willing to follow the guide God has given me to find out what my own best interests are. Recognizing that I cannot perceive them by myself.
There. That's the answer right there. Read the next one. Oh, God.
I do not know what anything is for. To me, the purpose of everything is to prove that my illusions about myself it is for that purpose that I attempt to use everyone and everything. It is this that I believe the world is for. Therefore, I do not recognize its real purpose. The purpose I have given the world has led to a frightening picture of it. Let me open my mind to its real purpose by withdrawing the one I have given it and learning the truth about it.
Read that last sentence.
Let me open my mind to its real purpose by withdrawing the one I have given it and learning the truth about it.
So the purpose I gave the world was to die. To die. Like it says in chapter 31, to prove I am who I'm not. That's the purpose I gave the world. He says it's I mean, why would he say this? Why am I doing this course if I'm not going to believe nothing he says? I'm not going to believe nothing you say. I'm not going to believe anything you say. I already know. I know what my best interests are. I know where I am. I don't know. That last sentence, he says, let me open my mind to its real purpose by withdrawing the one. Just that's it. Stop leaning that way. That's it. You can't not be who you are. But you can believe you're not and get the results of that. Right, Dana? Right, Tina? Read the next one. Thank you. I just wonder, why are we doing this if we don't believe him? Why am I doing this? If I don't believe him, I'm going to argue every step of the way. Do the next one. Thank you. But I don't see it. I don't see it.
My attack thoughts are attacking my invulnerability.
There it is. Good.
How can I know who I am when I see myself as under constant attack? Pain, illness, loss, age, and death seem to threaten me. All my hopes and wishes and plans appear to be at the mercy of a world I cannot control.
Mm-hmm.
Yet perfect security and complete fulfillment are my inheritance. I have tried to give my inheritance away in exchange for the world I see. But God has kept my inheritance safe for me. My own real thoughts will teach me what it is.
Yeah. Read the last sentence because you just have to. You just have to. You just have to. Oh, God. That's how much you're loved. Woo, that's how much you're loved.
My own real thoughts will teach me what it is.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant the sentence before that. Those last two. Because it says two things. I want to say it real quick. That's how much you're loved, and you ain't got to go nowhere. You don't have to go nowhere. He says, but God, what did he say? But God has kept my inheritance safe for me. I tried to give it away, but God kept it safe for me. And then I don't have to even go anywhere. It says, my own real thoughts. That's it. You ain't even got to earn it.
But God
Read
has
those last two. Thank you. Yes.
But God has kept my inheritance safe for me.
Yes.
Real thoughts will teach me what it is.
My thoughts, my own real thoughts. Let's see. Read the next one. I don't know what it is. Oh, wait. It's a set. Read the next two.
Above all else, I want to see.
Why? 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 Just told you why. Go ahead.
Recognizing that what I see reflects what I think. Recognizing that what I see reflects what I think I am. I realize that vision is my greatest need.
Just stop right there. He just told us over and over again in the lessons leading up to this. Like, what it's going to take. So little. Read that again. Because that's my greatest need. Vision is my greatest need.
I realize that vision is my greatest need.
I'll read the whole thing. Sorry.
Above all else, I want to see.
Why?
Recognizing that what I see reflects what I think I am.
There. That's why.
I realize that vision is my greatest need. The world I see attests to the fearful nature of the self-image I have made.
Mm-hmm.
If I would remember who I am, it is essential that I let this image of myself go, as it is replaced by truth. Vision will surely be given me. And with this vision, I will look upon the world and upon myself with charity and love.
Oh, that would be nice. Mm.
And with this vision, I will look upon the world and upon myself with charity and love.
Sounds like a good trade. Mm.
Above all else, I want to see differently.
Mm.
The world I see holds my fearful self-image in place. It guarantees its continuance. While I see the world as I see it now, truth cannot enter my awareness. I would let the door behind this world be open for me.
Mm.
And I may look past it to the world that reflects the love of God.
That's good.
All right.
Mm. Oh, don't adjust to that. That's beautiful. Thank you. Ah. Read that last sentence, though.
I would let the door behind this world be opened for me.
Mm.
And I may
Wow. Do you hear what he said, Carrie? You hear what he said, Carrie? That's how much you love. Do you hear what he said? Read it again. God is good.
I would let the door behind this world be open for me.
For me, I would let the, what does he say? I would let, what does he say?
I would let the door behind this world be opened for me, that I may look past it to the world that reflects the love of God.
I would let the door, what does it say? How does he say it? I want to, where is it? Oh, this is one of my favorites. God is in everything. Oh, wait. Oh, the next one's my favorite. I would let the door behind this world be open for me. You know what I'm saying? Like a concierge. I would let this, so all I gotta do is just go to, he says, all I gotta do is let the door behind this world be open for me, that I may look past it to the world that reflects the love of God. Thank you, love. Danny, you about to read my favorite set of lessons. Here, do those two. Mm. You're muted. But I'm gonna say something. When I'm in times of trouble, these two lessons, yo, these two lessons, God is in everything I see, and God is in everything I see because God is in my mind. I think the next one too. No, the next one is I am not the victim of the world I see, but with those two. Read those. Thank you. Ooh, ooh.
God is in everything I see. Behind every image I have made, the truth remains unchanged. Behind every veil I have drawn across the face of love, its light remains undimmed. Beyond all my insane wishes is my will united with the will of my Father. God is still everywhere and in everything forever. And we are part of Him. No. And we who are part of Him will yet look past all appearances and recognize the truth behind them all.
Just take a breath and read that again. Oh, oh, God is.
In
You know, and God
everything I
is
see.
complete already. Yes. Okay.
God is in everything I see. Behind every image I have made, the truth remains unchanged.
Stop there. Read that again. What does he say?
Oh, that just
No,
go
no, we're
there.
not. We're going to interpret. No, we just. Yeah. What did he say?
Behind every image I have made, the truth remains unchanged.
Thank you.
Behind every veil I have drawn across the face of love, its light remains undimmed.
Yes.
Beyond all my insane wishes is my will united with the will of my Father. God is still everywhere and in everything forever. And we who are part of Him will yet look past all appearances and recognize the truth behind them all.
Read that last sentence again.
And we who are part of Him will yet look past all appearances and recognize the truth behind them all.
Don't give it to the mind.
God is in everything I see because God is in my mind.
Okay, that one.
In my own mind, behind all my insane thoughts of separation and attack, is the knowledge that all is one forever. I have not lost the knowledge of who I am because I have forgotten it. It has been kept for me in the mind of God, who has not left His thoughts. And I, who am among them, am one with them and with Him. Ah, 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 ah. I'm relieved. That's not me. Oh, that is not me.
So you guys, what time is it? Oh, you guys have been here for 4 hours? Okay. It's really important to get to 50, but this is a nice place to stop. You always want to get to I am sustained by the love of God. So if you guys don't mind, give me 10 minutes. I'm gonna read this last one here, And I'm going to read the entire lesson 50, and then we're going to call it, okay? Because you ain't got to earn nothing, okay? But I love this lesson so much, I got to read this last one. I'm going to read these last two, then I'm going to read 50, then we're going to go. God is in everything I see. I swear, in times of trouble, these are my two lessons. Behind every image I have made, the truth remains unchanged. Behind every veil I have drawn across the face of love, its light remains undimmed. Beyond all my insane wishes is my will united with the will of my Father. God is still everywhere and in everything forever. And we who are a part of Him will yet look past all appearances and recognize the truth beyond them all. God is in everything I see because God is in my mind. In my own mind, behind all my insane thoughts of separation and attack is the knowledge that all is one forever. I have not lost, this is the line, the knowledge of who I am because I have forgotten it. I have not lost the knowledge of who I am because I have forgotten it. It has been kept for me in the mind of God who has not left His thoughts. And I, who am among them, am one with them and with Him. Let me read lesson 50 and then we're going to go. You guys, thank you for being, for real. Wow. All right, lesson 50 coming at you because we got to always get to this one. Oh, this is my little one. All right, lesson 50. I am sustained by the love of God. I am sustained by the love of God. Woo, here it is. Here is the answer to every problem that will confront you today and tomorrow and throughout time. In this world, you believe you are sustained by everything but God. Your faith is placed in the most trivial and insane symbols, pills, money, protective clothing, influence, prestige, being liked, knowing the right people, and an endless list of forms of nothingness that you endow with magical powers. All these things are your replacements for the love of God. All these things are cherished to ensure a body identification. They are songs of praise to the ego. Do not put your faith in the worthless. It will not sustain you. Only the love of God will protect you in all circumstances. It will lift you out of every trial and raise you high above all the perceived dangers of this world into a climate of perfect peace and safety. It will transport you. Listen, it will transport you into a state of mind that nothing can threaten, nothing can disturb, and where nothing can intrude upon the eternal calm of the Son of God. Put not your faith in illusions. They will fail you. Put all your faith in the love of God within you, eternal, changeless, and forever unfailing. This is the answer to whatever confronts you today. Through the love of God within you, you can resolve all seeming difficulties without effort and in sure confidence. Tell yourself this often today. It is a declaration of release from the belief in idols. It is your acknowledgement of the truth about yourself. For 10 minutes twice today, morning and evening, let the ideas or the idea for today sink deep into your consciousness. Repeat it. Think about it. Let related thoughts come to help you recognize the truth and allow peace to flow over you like a blanket of protection and surety. Let no idle and foolish thoughts enter to disturb the holy mind of the Son of God. Such is the kingdom of heaven. Such is the resting place where your Father has placed you forever. Whew, thank you guys. Let the church say amen. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. I'm just so appreciative of you guys hanging out and staying and just so grateful.
Thank you, Tina. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Alexi, you're welcome. What time is it there, brother?
4 a.m.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Thank you. Thank you for your
Thank you.
commitment. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, all of you. I mean, it doesn't matter the
Thank
time
you.
of day, but it's 4 a.m.
Yeah, it's cool. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you. Annie, thank you. Oh.
Thank you. You were just on fire today. It was just.
Oh, I love you so much. I'm always so grateful that you're here. And thank you for staying. Thank you for staying. Thank you for your heart. Oh, so beautiful.
It hurts to open up. It hurts my heart. Is that normal?
Yeah, it is normal. That's why we're all so heavily defended against it. It's a trick it's the ego's trick.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Don't do that. That's okay. I felt your heart. So whatever the ego's telling you about, it hurts and all. I felt your heart. Your heart was wide open, coming all the way to Los Angeles. So yeah, I mean, we're also heavily defended. We're also heavily defended, and we just got this narrow band of what we'll allow ourselves to feel. But that's the trick of the ego. That's okay. It cannot prevail. It's an illusion. It cannot prevail against the truth in God. And like I said, I felt your heart. I felt your heart just yearning to open up, to crack open. I felt it. And that's why I had to say it. That's why I had to say it. Let that be just, take it for what it's worth. You don't need my permission for nothing, but just take it for what it's worth. Like, yes. I feel it now. I feel it now.
And I looked at the room and it was starting to wobble a bit. you know, just it was just starting to look a bit weird, and
Yeah.
then then it stopped. You know, it must have gone. No,
Well,
no, no.
exactly. No, no, no. I know what things are. I mean, that's why we read these words and we read them and we just go. But honestly, sometimes I'm like, how do we even go to the next lesson? You know, it's just
Yeah,
like he just said that. That's what I mean. Like he just said that, and I go. I was telling Dave about this. Like he says these absolutes, and you just dismiss them. But the
yeah,
ego does the same thing. I notice myself saying the same thing. It's always like that. And that one I believe, or that one I enter into with. But why are we doing this if we're not going to take his word for it? He said that.
yeah, yeah. I'm so encouraged. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Disappear
So
into the universe. That's what's
what
happening with
time
you.
is it? What is it
What's
where
that?
you are now?
What time is it?
Yeah.
It's not too late for me. It's like I don't know. I just looked at my I guess it's like 6 o'clock because we start at 2. Yeah, it's like after 6. And I was like
In the
checking in with the
evening.
time.
In the evening.
Yeah, 6 o'clock, yeah. Yeah. It's
Well,
not bad.
it's 12, just past 12 here, same as Dave's time. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Only,
noonish.
only an hour and a half from where he lives.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
cool.
let's go to that awesome workshop that he's putting
You're
on.
gonna go?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
good. Oh. If you thought your heart was closed,
Yeah,
oh,
very blessed. Yeah.
it's on. I mean, I could, like I said, I could feel it. It's just yearning to.
Thank you. Thank you,
That's it.
sister.
Thank you, sister. Thank you. Love you so much. Tell Dave I said, what's up?
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.